Okay, good afternoon. I think Buddhika is there, no? Buddhika, am I audible? Buddhika, oh, Buddhika, send me your feedback. Am I audible to you? Buddhika, am I audible to you? Send me your feedback. Okay, Lakshani, am I audible to you? Send me your feedback. Buddhika, oh, Buddhika. Okay, well, then I can start, no? So, in our last day, we were discussing that internal controlling mechanism. In this chapter, we were discussing only two mechanisms, so two bases regarding the internal controlling. Right. First thing is that Simon that Professor Simon is introduced by one mechanism relating to the internal controlling system, and a part of that we were discussing the second part, COSO model, COSO model. So in here, I'll go to that. Then you can recall it, right? Under Robert Simons, he recognized that if you are building up any of the internal controlling mechanism, it's having that four boundary of systems, right? Belief system, boundary system, diagnostic control system, and interactive control systems. These all mechanisms are important to control our internal users or internal employees within our that operational mechanisms, right? The second thing is that generally accepted one and also widely we are using in nowadays we can see within an organizations we are practicing that COSO model. That COSO model is a powerful model to upgrade our internal controlling mechanism within an organization. For that system basis or automated mechanism or the manual frame or hybrid methods. It be that both methods comparison. If you are going in that comparison with that what's that Professor Simon's methods with that COSO models, it's having the big gap in between that identical facts, right? In that COSO model, generally accepted for the basic principles aligning with that accounting and also auditing, that all relevant individuals regarding their practitioners, they can conduct many of the, internal controlling some measurements or some evaluations by using this entire frameworks, right? This framework mainly focus in 5 areas. That's the identical facts you require to keep. Remember, it's important for your examination purpose and also for your assignment purposes, right? So I think we were discussing that major 3 parts, right? So first one is control environment. It's having some sub elements. We were discussing that all the factors align with that control environment. That's the foundation or the layout of that entire internal control. It's within our organization. If you are considering that general controlling mechanism within an organization, it's having that all kind of recognitions regarding some kind of errors, omissions, frauds, or any corruptions or anything. If we can build up that higher proficiency of our that scope or the environment, then we can manage some those kind of unusual activities. So that's why we are practicing these basic mechanisms, right? The second thing is, I think we had discussed that control activities. If you are analyzing each and every roles and that their responsibilities as an individual, so as kind of groups or teams, then this evaluation is very important to go forward with some final evaluations of their tasks or activities or final outputs as performance evaluations. Then we can build up higher controlling as internal factors. The third one is risk assessments. I think these 3, 4, and 5, I think these are we have to discuss, but mainly I think at last day we were discussing that control environment and control activities. On that, it's having subset of elements. If you are considering that internal control environments in here, I'm mentioning it as internal control. So mainly we were discussing these 7 areas: management philosophy, operational styles, and risk appetite of that senior management. It's important to building up that internal controls. The second one is commitment to integrity, ethical values, and competencies. Regarding the enhance of that employees' capabilities or their competencies, we have to build up with their that technical skills, with their that particular human being base. Some, if you can say it as a kind of perceptual, some evaluation mechanisms we can build up with this as integrity and as ethical values. Then we know that our entire workforce is empowering to go forward with positive sign of that particular performances. Some of the situations we can see some differ kind of outputs among some uh, different teams or different groups or some individuals. We can see some differences or disparities among their performances, but if we can build up their capabilities to commit based on some of the negligence or some of the negative aspects, so some negative things, then if they can go forward with some kind of, if you are, so generally we can call that concept as a whistleblowers, they can proceed some kind of alerts to senior management, then it's prominent than others. Then we are having some detectives regarding the allocations of some negative factors, say for an example, some resources. So then some of the groups are aligning with those negligence activities, but out of that, I think one or two members are do not practice those kind of negative aspects. So therefore, they are proceeding some alerts to senior management regarding that kind of matters. Why is that? They are having that higher capacity of positive ethical values, and also they are working or they are performing their jobs as integrity. Then we can see some of the, ignoring or some cut down of some unusual activities within the performance of that entire workforces, like that. So if we can build up those kind of commitments or kind of motivations among our that workforce, it's prominent. Otherwise we can see several kind of defaults, several kind of errors, omissions, in simply, or otherwise we can see in advance some fraud or fraudulent activities, hmm, just like that. But anyhow, if we can build up that higher capacity of that our environment, then we can manage many of the unusual, some resource wastage or some performance wasting, or just like that. The third thing is internal control oversight by the board of directors. Always they should willing to manage or willing to that particular that internal control in overviews or reviews, that then it's prominent. So are they working with that some part of that particular organization? Then we cannot see that prominent influence of that internal controlling mechanism. So therefore, that board of directors or that senior management oversight is very important to build a prominent internal controlling mechanism. Next one, organizational culture. Sorry, structure. We were discussing, is it having kind of, formal structure? Then all the employees or all kind of management, they should have in that regulatory factors regarding their performances. They should have in some proper evaluations, or they should have kind of immediate supervisions. So then we can manage some of the mistakes, some of the errors. Wise. So generally it's having kind of supervisions. Then we are practicing or we are performing by using that particular supervision mechanisms, or otherwise that supervisors can go through some advisors. Then we can manage our workforce. Then it's prominent for the performances. Ultimately we can see that successful output in our organization. Next one, method assign authority and responsibilities. It's a kind of general aspects. I had explained that if you are going within organizing, we have to conduct that authority allocations and responsibility recognitions. Then ultimately, that all workforce having some authorization powers with their responsibilities. Next one, human resource standards that attract, develop, and retain competent individuals. Always we require to motivate our workforce as HR department, and also not only that, we have to conduct some training programs as on the job training, or by using some out resource persons, we can build up that capabilities and competencies in our workforce. Then they are automatically motivated to go forward with this organization in due course. So that series of years, then it's prominent for the organizations. If they are having that motivated workforce, then ultimately we are having that higher kind of output or sufficient outputs. And also we have to consider external influences as that control boundaries or control environments of that internal controlling as a first element. Second, we were discussing control activities. In that control activities, I think I had explained that all sub areas, proper authorization and transaction activities. Each and every activities or that particular transactions, it should have in kind of authorization. Otherwise, we can see some misleading matters or errors or omissions or something like that. The second thing is segregations of duties. Then we do not miss in any of the part of your, performances. And also it having kind of proper evaluations regarding the performance of each and every activities. That's why we are segregating of duties among different some officials. say for an example, if you are building up some format or some reports, it's having that prepared party, check party, authorized party, just like that. It has several kind of segregations of duties. Next one, project development and acquisition controls. If you are going within that project of IT or the systems, it should have in kind of identical facts regarding the successfully completed of that particular project. It's having kind of controlling mechanisms of each and every activities. I had explained that. Keep remember, it's important. So next one is design and use of documents and records. Always all records. Is it having manual mechanism or automated platform? We have to control those by using, especially in EDI versions or that electronic mechanisms, we are using digital signatures. Then it's a powerful and legal documents. Then we can go through with all kind of, I mean, case evaluations by using that EDI versions. Nowadays, we can see that popular version is PDF based on the documentations and correspondence. Next one, safeguarding assets, records, and data. All the things, all the matters, all the resources we have to safeguard in that under controlling activities. Otherwise, we can see wastage of the resources and sometimes theft of some resources, just like that. But anyhow, in here we are discussing that all part. Not only that system base, in here you can touch some of the system bases, but entirely under that COSO model, they are discussing all the factors. It's important for you that auditing studies also on that mainly you are focusing that internal controlling of each and every organizations and their accounting platforms like their financial statements. You are conducting some evaluations, but anyhow, these all kind of platforms that each and every organizations that underpinning of your that auditing or audit trials, you have to consider these all areas aligning with that internal control of that particular organization. Next one, independent checks on performance. Always we have to go through that checks of their performances or evaluate of their performances. It should, I mean, go in within fairly, not unfairly, not the bias performance evaluations. So always we require to go through with unfair evaluations. And also we have to go through with that proper schedule of evaluations regarding that layers of managers or categories of employees. We have to go through it that proper performance evaluations. Just like that, we can manage or we can control activities of each and every our workforces by using these identical bases of COSO models. This is the second thing. In here also similar, we were discussing 7 subsets, right? Then today we are discussing another aspects, right? Risk assessments and risk response. This is the today chapter. In generally, risk is aligning with specially systems or that automated environments. So mainly in here we are going within that discussions, but generally you are knowing that it's having several kind of risk. It's having several kind of risk if you are conducting or performing any of the business or business organization, right? In here, if you are considering in general term of that vulnerabilities or the risk, first we have to assess that risk. First we have to assess without having any kind of assessments regarding our organizational facing kind of risk, we cannot generate that identical internal controls. So therefore that assessment is very important. The second thing is response of that particular risk. It's having, I mean, mainly 4 types of responding, like accepting of risk, avoiding of risk, like that sharing of risk, reduce of risk, like that we can respond in different manner based on that particular industry or particular organizational that identical factors. But anyhow, that risk is arising with 2 factors. Arises based on 2 factors. Number 1 is inherent risk. I think under auditing you had studied those matters. It's automatically generated based on the that susceptibility or the we can call it as a kind of sensitivities. of some kind of transactions, we can see it's having kind of inherent risk. සංවේදීතාවය මත සමහර වෙලාවට සමහර problems තියෙනවා. ඒක risk එකක්ම වෙනවා. In nowadays, you can see that government facing these kind of unusual risk regarding their transactions, especially it's a rising kind of risk of third party, or we can call it has kind of hacking attempt against our that central bank or treasury transaction. So mainly they have to focus prior to process any of the transactions. We have to go through several confirmations. So it's having, bulk of transactions. No, it's not a kind of inherent risk. It's a kind of, some residual risk or some common risk. So if you are going within that particular transactions in this kind of matter, especially for on behalf of government, that central bank is responsible to do their transaction for another nation or another some sub-region organization or the institution. So therefore, we have to go through in proper evaluation if we are using that online platforms to fund transfers. Right, I think it's having kind of weaknesses based on the face view, but it's having, I think, that CID based kind of investigation. So therefore, we cannot predict any of the things a part of their boundaries. But anyhow, simply, is it having kind of, similarity in within websites, similarity in within their some names of emails? Then we have to be careful about that. That's a, smaller thing regarding our transactions. In your that particular transaction also similar. If you are conducting some online purchasing, so then you have to find out, is it going within that security layers, SSLs. Just like that, we have to find out, or otherwise, in simply, you know that you can check that sponsorship. It's a simple matter. Is it having positive comments, higher comments regarding their that particular transactions or sponsorships? Then you can enter into that particular platforms to purchase that items like that itself. Those are some general matters, but nowadays we can see those kind of risks arising with not only that private organization, that government organizations, that generally government, that on behalf of government, some of the financial institutions, those who are facing different kind of risk. So ultimately, I require to convince to you, but anyhow, we require to go ahead with proper assessment of that organization. That's the main thing. Otherwise, we are facing different kind of difficulties. We are facing some different kind of difficulties within our particular transactions. It's a one kind of big example. Not only that, it's having several kind of examples in, recent past. We can see some of the private sector commercial banks, their websites and their some databases are hacked by some third parties or external, some influencers. So therefore, mainly they are having doubt or default of their performances. That's the main thing. They should stop their operation. It will arise, many losses to their operations. That's the main thing. And also they missed, number of customers, number of opportunities on that default times. That's the main thing. Second one is you have to consume many funds to safeguard your that hacking or another third party arising that particular system. So therefore, it's having, several kind of negative aspects regarding the arising or aligning with that third party influence to your systems or that automated platforms. And also, we have to consider several time periods, or say for an example, it's simply for some quarter period to safeguard our that system bases. just like that. And also we have to convince, we have to motivate our consumers to go through with that online platforms, and it's a safeguarded one. Just like that, we have to do several attempts to go forward with or recover of that particular operations. Like that, it's having some subsequent some influences. So therefore, anyhow, that's a common scenario. Each and every organization should analyze their risk. That's the important thing. Or they should have some proper assessments regarding the risk. Then you can respond it. That's the main thing. It's having big examples. We can discuss many of the matters. As bachelors, you can find out, I mean, many scenarios after scanning some online base or some YouTubes. It's having several scenarios, and also you can Google and you can take into account several reasons regarding those kind of, I mean, third party attempts or enter into that unauthorized access within some system bases or some performance bases. We can see several incidences are available. But anyhow, that inherent risk is some automated risk, auto-generated one. Some of the situations based on their industry types, based on their transactions types, it will occur. Then we should consider, we should, I mean, accept to some extent as a tolerate range, we can accept it based on the inherency of that particular risk. The second thing is residual risk. Residual risk. The risk that remains, the management implements internal controls or some other response to that particular risk. After implementing, we can see that particular risk arising. So then we can manage those residual risks and any other kind of risk. But generally, we have to recognize which kind of risks are arising with our organization. We cannot, I mean, tell exactly or directly. Those are the common types of risk. Some of the situations based on the operations of technologies, based on the changes in societies or the environmental factors, we can see some wide variety of aspects. But those are kind of general aspects we require to consider. But based on each and every situations, you have to go through with proper assessments of some kind of risk. Sometimes we can see some negative attempt within your competitors. It will arise, I mean, dispatch in especially for online your businesses in directly. Then your that particular organization goodwill or their reputation will damage by using some kind of harmful websites similar to your organizational websites. Then it will directly that influence to your performances. Just like that. That's why we should have in kind of evaluations, kind of assessments regarding the risk. But the idea on that particular transactions on behalf of that government, that central bank, are they having kind of proper evaluations regarding that particular websites? Then they should that arise with that they can get or take into account that uh, particular duplications of websites or duplications of emails, just like that. It has kind of evaluation, and also they can generate some different transactions among those parties. Then they can get some feedbacks, and also it's having several kind of, I mean, diplomatic connections, especially within G to G. We can see, but on those kind of actors, it's having, I mean, simple kind of mistakes. But anyhow, that risk assessment is very important to implement or the control of our internal boundaries or internal controls. Right. Go to next. In here, those are the responding mechanism of risk. It's having four ways. It's having four ways. Right. Uh, you can mention uh, this response in mechanism. It's important for your examination. So therefore, you can write down a question. Write down the questions. Briefly mention, briefly mention, briefly mention briefly mention risk responding mechanisms or tactics. Risk responding tactics. right? Number one, we can reduce the risk. That's the main thing. That's why we are performing internal controls. You know that some of the situations we cannot go ahead with zero of risk. It's having kind of risk, but we try to mitigate that particular risk. Generally, that concepts we called it as a reduce of risk. That's the term. The second one is accept. We can accept some risk based on not that all kind of capacities. It's having kind of tolerate range for several organizational sectors or industries. We can see that response as acceptance of risk. අපි risk එක accept කරනවා. ඒක තව mechanism එකක් respond කරනවා. The third one is sharing. We try to share our risk among some third-party organizations or third-party some hedging parties, like that. We can share our risk among some parties. Then we can manage our finance. That's the important thing. Is it has kind of prominent damage to our resources as finance resources or any other physical resources, then we can manage that particular risk by sharing of particular risk, right? In here, third one is share. The fourth one is avoid. We do not accept exactly. We are avoiding that particular risk. It's a kind of, negative fact, but simply some of the organizations, those who are not enter into particular risk, they try to ignore that risk or they avoid that risk. Reduce, accept, share, or avoid. Right. See one by one. Trust fund reduce. I had explained it. Now you are having that knowledge, entire knowledge, but reduce the likelihood of impact of the risk by implementing effective risk based on the probability of that particular impact. We try to reduce. Got the idea? But within, few attempts or single attempts. So therefore, always not that probability or the likelihood is important or integral, especially if you are in within that automated platform. Got the idea? Within single attempts, it will destroy entire organizational that system basis or general basis. So therefore, that likelihood is very important. Is it happening continuously? Then we can do some management mechanisms regarding that reduce of that particular risk. So anyhow, if we can build up proper internal controlling mechanism, then we can reduce that. Exactly. That's the important thing in here we have to discuss. The second one is accept. Only at all, that like for some acceptable range, we are accepting. Right? Not all. Most of the organizations not enter. We try to mitigate, we try to reduce it, but based on some tolerable range, we are accepting that. Third one is share. Share risk or transfer someone else by, in here you can see bind insurance. Regarding the risk arising with some kind of physical devices, you can go through with general insurance. Then you can recover it. Otherwise, that damage is recovered by itself or that organization that themselves. So therefore, if we can share that particular risk among some financial institutions, then we can manage it. Next one, outsourcing and activities. Some risk in activities we can outsource. Then we can share kind of, risk. We can share among some parties. And also hedging transactions among some several hedging parties. We can share our risk among our activities or among some kind of transactions. The final one is avoid. Avoid. We are ignoring particular risk. We do not perform that particular risk in activities or risky activities. Avoid risk, not engaging in the activity, produce the risk. We are eliminating that. Or we are totally ignoring that workings. It's a kind of, I mean, negative aspects. Always, you know that if you are conducting any of the business, we need to take some risk, no? It's having kind of relationships, no? Among risk and rewards or risk and returns. I think you are knowing that as accounting students, you are having that knowledge. If we conduct any of the business, we need to face kind of risk. It's having kind of risk, and also that risk is convert to return to you. That's why all kind of business, it's having kind of risk. If you are going within low risk, that particular organization or the business, most probably we can see lower returns. Lower returns. Is it having kind of higher risk? We can see higher returns. Just like that, based on the situations, based on the analytics of kind of scenarios, we can recognize those facts. That's when it's having kind of positive, uh, relationship among risks and returns on your financial accounting or that financial, not only financial accounting, financial management. You can recognize that risk returns, especially within investments. You have to consider that risk returns relationships, especially for your investments, and also conducting some business. We have to face those matters. But in here, we are discussing another kind of aspects regarding the risk, aligning with some uh, third-party hacking attempts with your some transaction parties. Then you can ignore. You can avoid that particular transactions or that channels. It's not secure to you. Sometimes it's harmful or it will damage to your entire reputation of the organization or the goodwill of your organizations. Then you do not go through with that particular attempts. Just like that. See, avoid risk, not engaging in the activity that produce the risk. This may require only that company sell the division. Is it having kind of risk divisions? Then they are sell out that to third parties and they are avoiding that particular risk. Next one, exit a product line. Is it having kind of risk of exiting line? Then they are ignoring. They are cut down that particular production lines or not expand as anticipated. Is it having kind of alerts regarding the risk in due courses? Then we do not enter into that particular platform of performances. But anyhow, as management decisions based on that particular industrial types, we can accept either method out of these four methods. Got the idea? Right. Reduce, accept, share, or avoid. Those are the key identical responding methods. Is it clear to you, students? Send me your feedback. I think all of you are actively participating. I think I have seen only uh, Manas and Buddhika, no? And other two connections are, I think, that LCL campus, right? Anyhow, Manas, is it clear to you? Send me your feedback. Buddhika or Buddhika.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, then I can shift to next. Huh? Right. In here, that main thing, okay, it's having, okay, Lakshan is there, no? Right. Okay. Right. Anyhow. In here, then thirdly, under risk or risk assessment, we are discussing that loss occurrence of kind of risk, estimated loss. In here, we are practicing one equation, right? One equation. I will show it to you. Wait for a while. In here, that expected loss is equal to impact into likelihood. That's the co-identical base. Very first day I had explained this one, right? We try to estimate our particular risk. In here, we are discussing just like that mechanism. In due, we can discuss that. See, some events pose a greater risk because they are more likely to occur. Employees are more likely to make mistakes than commit fraud. And companies is more likely to be victim of a fraud than earthquake. That's the main thing. So, is it having kind of simple attempt of this risk? We can see the total destroy of the organization. It's like a earthquake. Earthquake. It's not happening. I mean, continuously in single situation, it will destroy entire region or the country or the continental. We can see like scenario. So therefore, we have kind of proper estimations regarding the likelihood and impact of that particular attempt of risk. Virus එකක් එනවනම් පොඩි idea එකක් තියෙන. We should have kind of measurements, kind of estimations regarding that particular happen. Just like that. So generally, if you are performing by using information systems or automation mechanisms, we know the impact. Generally, that hackers are general programmers know. I think you are having that idea. That programmers knowing everything. If you are, I mean, going within some unusual transactions, generally you are knowing it will arise kind of risk to your entire organization. Just like that. That's the common scenario. Otherwise, based on some mistakes of employees, we can see arising kind of risk. But generally, that all kind of hard workers in IT sector, they are knowing that particular risk. They are having kind of estimations. Got the idea? Is it has kind of that internal control regarding the risk assessment, then we can manage everything. That's the mean behind that. It should have kind of, I mean, negotiations among that all the parties. That's why in here we are discussing in advance that internal control is very important to go in within that risk assessments. Risk assessments. Enter into that particular negotiations or discussions or further evaluations of some kind of weaknesses or some operations, just like that. Then we can manage everything. The sum of the factors we can see in single attempts, we can see entire destroy of that particular organization or that particular nation or that particular country. Just like that. That's why we called it's like a earthquake, right? Earthquake. Right. In here, you can get some idea as an approach regarding the consider of that reduced risk. That's the main core. I told you earlier, if you are having that any kind of response, but main thing is we try to reduce our risk. We try to reduce our risk within our performances of business. That's why we are going within that particular internal controls. අපි internal controls කියන concept එක කතා කරන්නේ මූලික හේතුව අපේ risk එක reduce කරන එක තමයි. That's the ultimate goal, not other things. Others are some acceptable things, but generally this is the core, right? In here, this approach, you can recognize that proper way to evaluate, estimate, or identify that risk and how we can overtake or how we can mitigate or reduce that particular risk. Just like that. This is the proper way. If you need, you can draw it. Is it not visible or clear visibility of your presentation? You require note down. Now, continuously in your examination, they are asking that risk assessment approach under internal control is. Under internal control is right. See that these main things are very familiar to you. I think I had explained all the factors. Wait for it. Okay, now it's okay. Right. In here, first identify the events or the threat that confront the company. That your entire boundary or your environment. You have to recognize which kind of events are arising as kind of risk. Sometimes we can see some competitive involvements. Sometimes we can see some system-based involvements, technology-based involvements. Just like that. Anyhow, we have to kind of detection mechanisms, so identification mechanisms. Otherwise, we can enter into some committee members to get in some feedbacks, get in some identifications regarding our that entire scope of that organization. Second one, estimate the likelihood or probability of that threat occurring. Then secondly, you can estimate or you can predict. Sometimes you have to go through in some kind of predictions regarding the happening times or occurrence times as kind of probability, as some measurements or some percentage basis. Just like that, it should have kind of likelihoods. Then you know it will happen this kind of scenarios, this kind of situations, that operations of your systems we can see, or version operations, or sometimes we can see end of some your financial periods. Just like that, you are having some uh, that occurrence estimations as likelihood or probabilities. The third one, estimate the impact or potential loss from that each threat. Then you know the likelihood, you know the impact. Then you are having some estimating idea regarding the entire loss. Is it happening to our particular organization? Just like that, not only for system basis, some generally your manual, some kind of performances you can evaluate based on the risk as kind of disasters, kind of, I mean, natural disasters. We can evaluate it. Not only that system kind of some software errors or frauds or hacking, phishing, swarmings like that. We can estimate all the matters. It's a common scenario, common thing. But in here we are specialized, especially for the that system basis. But generally it should have it kind of recognitions regarding the, I mean, dollar loss or the rupee loss to our organization. This is the third thing. The fourth one is identify controls and guard against each threat. That's the important thing. It's having kind of estimations regarding the impacts and the likelihood. Then third, you are having idea of that financial loss or any kind of physical loss. Then you are having kind of estimations or identifications regarding the safeguard of that incidents or that particular default. It's important. Then we can go through in proper evaluations. That then these four factors, not three, these four factors are important to go ahead with proper implementations of risk assessments. Right. Then next one is estimate the cost and the benefit from instituting controls. That's the important thing. So then you know the impact, then you know the recovery capacities, then you are having kind of tactical idea regarding the safeguard of that risk, regarding the mitigate of that particular risk. Is it beneficial to us or not? That's the important thing. Is it beneficial? We have to proper evaluate it to reduce that particular risk. That's the important thing. Otherwise, we can use either three methods like this. Got the idea? එතකොට අපේ මේන් කෝ එක තමයි මේක අපිට බෙනිෆිෂල් නම් මේක ඩැමේජ් එක වැඩි ඒක ඉම්පැක්ට් එකක් තියෙනවා මේක රිකවර් කරන එක තමයි අපිට බෙනිෆිට් කියලා මැනේජ්මන්ට් එක ඩිසිෂන් එක එනවා නම් අපි අනිවාර්යයෙන් මොනවද කරන්න ඕනේ? We have to implement that internal control. That's the mechanism. In here, see, this diamond sign indicate, is it cost beneficial to protect the system from threat? That's the important thing. Is it cost beneficial? Is it yes? Then we can implement internal controls to guard against the threat. That's the important thing. Otherwise, is it not cost beneficial? We can use either responding methods of that risk, avoid, share, or accept to some tolerate range. This is the entire approach of risk responding or risk assessments, both by using internal control. Right. I will give few minutes. You can draw this and get that particular idea. Right. It's having point-to-point discussions. After of this particular slide, we can discuss all the matters. But this architecture is very important for your examination. So therefore, get in few minutes to draw this or illustrate this. I do not give any questions. You can mention risk assessment approach. Risk assessment approach, especially to building up internal controls. Those are the identical steps. May steps ටික ලියා ගන්න. And also you have to mention these all arrows. Right. And also keep remember, it's important for your examination purpose. Right. Identify the events or threat that confront of the company. Estimate the likelihood or the probability of each threat occurring. Estimate the impact or potential loss from that each threat. Identify controls to guard against each threat. Then you are having prominent knowledge of estimate the cost and benefit from the instituting controls or assigning some controls. Then is it beneficial? Is it beneficial? Then genuinely we are implementing controls to reduce that risk. That's the main thing. Is it nothing? Your answer is no. You can use either three options: avoid, share, or accept of risk as responding techniques. But your core is reduce the risk. Reduce the risk by conducting proper internal controlling mechanism. Right. Go to next. In here, I'm mentioning some part, right? Identify control in here, fourth one. Not all, others are common. You are having that idea. I had explained all the matters, right? Identify controls. Management should identify control that protect the company from each event. Always we try to evaluate that particular risk and try to protect against those kind of risks, especially if we are working within automated platform by using that system basis. Otherwise, our total operation will default or idle in your accounting. That particular term is idle, right? We can see some, waiting of our operations or default of our operation, right? The preventive control are usually superior to detective controls. In simply under controlling, I think I had explained it's having three options, right? Preventive controls, if you are going within controls, it's having preventive control, detective controls, and corrective controls. Corrective controls. But if you are going within that uh, either mechanisms of controls, we have to practice these all. All are important. Some of the situations, those kind of risks we can protect or we can prevent. Sometimes we cannot prevent, but we can detect it. Then we know the scope of that happen or that risk. Then the third thing is it will occur, it will happen, but we are having kind of corrective actions. Corrective actions. Then we can go through in proper way. So therefore, these all things, all kind of controlling things are important. Preventive, detective, and correctives. I think I had explained it in last day, some part of your that internal controllings, then you are having that knowledge. In here, you can see that preventive controls in here, detective controls in here, and also we can go through in third one, corrective controls in here, corrective controls like that. But anyhow, we have to discover that particular incidence or the problem or the risk. That's the important thing. In here, by using either method, we have to identify our controls. But that is sometimes we can prevent it, sometimes we cannot prevent it, but we can detect it, or otherwise we have to go through in corrective actions. It will occur, so it will happen in due course, but we are having proper corrective action plans, right? But anyhow, if you are having these kind of control, that risk identification methods, that preventive methods, detective methods, and corrective methods, then you can go through proper evaluation, so proper handle of that particular risk. That's the core in trust. The second thing is estimate of cost. I think I had explained that we can estimate that particular cost by using that impact size and probability or the likelihood. Then ultimately you can generate total value of that particular impact. or that risk. You can evaluate it by using this kind of equations. Then you are having some idea regarding the occurrence of that impact and also the capacity of that particular impact. Then ultimately, you can expect what is the risk capacity or expected loss of that particular risk. Then you can get corrective actions, you can get preventive actions, you can get some detective actions by using either control methods under internal controlling. Right. The objective in designing in internal controlling systems to provide reasonable assurance. Always, you know that we cannot go through absolute assurance in many of the cases, but we can go through on only reasonable assurance. It's having kind of capacity of errors. You know that. That's the, I mean, sign of that accounting transactions. Then if you are conducting any of the audit, I think in your audit subject, you are discussing those matters in advance, right? You cannot promote or perform your opinion as an absolute opinion or absolute assurance on their transactions. Why is that? You are conducting your particular audit attempt only based on your that capacity of arrangements of that particular audit. Not all. Say for an example, I think you are knowing that this reasonable term, but anyhow, I will explain to some extent, right? You know that is it having kind of millions of transactions per year. If you are conducting external audit for that single organization, you cannot evaluate that entire all invoices or receipts aligning with their transactions. Then you are choosing that sampling methods to evaluate these all transactions by using either methods in that sampling techniques. You are knowing that it's having that most probably we are using random samplings. We are taking into account some bills, so some receipts, some invoices out of these all receipts. That's the concepts. Generally, it's we can call it as that entire transactions bills. We can call it as a population. Population. Out of that, we are taking into account some sufficient sample. Then we are interpreting. It will occurs kind of errors. It will occurs kind of mistakes, misleads, omissions, commissions, or any kind of matters. So that's why we are performing reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance in that audit also. In here also similar, we can go through to some extent, not entire view, entire predictions, entire identifications, entire estimations. So therefore, we can go through for a fair capacity of considerations. That's why we call it as a reasonable assurance. Got the idea, assurance? I think now you're having that idea, right? That's why we are meaning it as a reasonable assurance. Reasonable assurance based on the estimation of cost. It's not an absolute assurance or absolute measurements like your audits. That risk we cannot predict at all, no. It's having kind of different occurrences, different types, different models. So therefore, we can predict it to some extent. It's kind of predictions, no. So anyhow, we can get some idea. It's as a kind of reasonable assurance. Then if we need to share that total loss or expected loss, then we can go through that estimations of our some insurance policies. Say for an example, is it having 10 million losses? Then you can go through that general insurance aligning with that kind of million values as a safeguard assures. But we are expecting that, but some of the situations we can see some unfair happening. So then that latter part, we require to accept that capacity of loss. But anyhow, that specialists, those who are knowing everything, especially in the automated platforms, right? All our programmers, all our designers, all our analysts in IT bases, and also it's having several officials under monitoring, I will explain that some of the capacity of that particular members. Then you can recognize it's having that like a CEO for an organization. We are going within chief data security officers or chief information officer. Like that, it's having kind of capacities in some destinations, designations, right? We can see. But anyhow, we are having kind of estimations regarding that cost and finally benefits to input kind of internal controls, right? The third thing is determine cost or benefit effectiveness. So we know the impact, we know the occurrence or happening as a likelihood or the probabilities, then you are having that cost. And also, after implementing some internal controls, finally, you can get in some idea regarding the benefit of that effective implementations of internal controls. Right. See, management should determine whether control is cost beneficial. That's the important thing. We have to convince that senior management to go through internal controls of that risk boundaries. Then we can mitigate those risks by analyzing those. Sometimes we require to put some safeguarding softwares, just like that. Then it's having kind of cost to us, but final benefit is massive than our that implementing cost, like that. In evaluating internal controls, management must consider factors other than those expected cost benefit calculations. For example, if an event threatens organization existence, its extra cost can be viewed as a that catastrophic loss of insurance premium. Then we have to manage it. Got the idea? So sometimes we can see some happenings a part of your boundaries. Based on my previous examples, it's having 10 millions of your estimation. Sometimes we can see it will happen more than that. Then that kind of that catastrophic loss is we have to safeguard as an organization. It's a kind of, I mean, harmful one, no? That why we call it as that catastrophic, no? විනාශකාරී දෙයක්. එතකොට ඒක happen වෙනවා. ඒක damage එක convince කරගන්න වෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් accept කරන්න වෙනවා. That's the matter, right? Anyhow, that's the core. As kind of accountant, you have that particular engagements, especially aligning with some finance. Then you know the situations, then you can transfer the funds for relevant reasonings. That's why we are studying under your bachelor programs. These kind of factors. It's important for the that executive parties or the management parties. So therefore, now you are having that idea regarding the suggestions or project reports aligning with some safeguarding or risk assessments or risk respondings. Then you know entire situation. It's aligning with some kind of finance allocations with internal controlling enhancements. Then you can exactly approve that fund transfers. Those are the co-identical things. You are performing within an organizations. You have to handle that particular situation in a smart manner. But most of the, I mean, traditional accountants, they shouldn't have in understanding regarding those kind of operations. That's the main thing. That's why we need proper training, especially for the conducting any fund transfers or audit trials with that systematic way or the automated way. That's the important thing, right? So nowadays you are familiar to that, and also as bachelors or I mean a part of that higher studies, if you can obtain more qualifications, then you are having that better knowledge or successful knowledge regarding the environment of that internal control in enhancements. Then you can uh, accept or you can go through that proper elevations of transactions regarding those kind of matters. It's not, I mean, simple investments. It's having kind of bulk investments regarding that particular matters. Then you are having that exact idea regarding the safeguards of that platform or the your that activities. Then exactly you can go through with your comments with approvals like that. ඔයාලා දන්නවා වැඩේ. එතකොට ඔයාලට approvals දෙන්න කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. You know the entire boundaries. Right. Yes. What's the reason? Others, am I audible to you, students? Send me your feedbacks. One student send me a single message that my voice is not clear. Now okay, no? Okay, okay. Is it has any kind of doubt, right? You can unmute and tell me exactly, right? Otherwise, I didn't see your message, right? Anyhow, is it has any doubts? You can raise not only these kind of, I mean, default in that technological aspects. If you are having some that information recognitions, then you can use that raise hand option or unmute your buttons and you can raise your questions, right? Anyhow. So in here, those are the important factor under that determinations of cost benefits, right? Then we can shift to next. Implement cost except share or avoid risk. In here, I had explained that all matters. Is it having kind of beneficial to implement internal control? Then we are exactly going within that reductions or reduce of risk under controlling environments. That's the important thing. So generally we are knowing it's beneficial to us. Otherwise, we can use these either methods, except share or avoid. The cost-effective control should implemented to the this reduce risk. That's the important thing, right? The risk not reduced must be accepted, shared, or avoided. That's the thing. So it's not beneficial to us, then we require to go through in other parts. Then to tolerate some kind of acceptable levels, we have to go through it. Otherwise, we can share it. Otherwise, we can avoid that particular risk relating activities or parties or anything. See, risk can accepted if it is within the company risk. This one, that's the important one. Risk tolerance range. You know that we do not accept all kind of risk. It's not the practice of any kind of organization. Based on each and every organization, it's having kind of range as acceptable range. Not for common for all the organization. Based on the diversity of that organizational chain or industries, we can see some diverse range or diverse values of range. But anyhow, that we can accept to some tolerance range. That's the important thing. Right? In here, it's having some simple example. You can get that idea, but simply that's the mean of that, right? So anyhow, our main core or preliminary objective is to reduce risk by implementing controls or internal controls, right? That's the identical thing. Is it beneficial to us? Most probably we are going within reduce of risk by implementing some controls, internal controls, as kind of if you are using that system mechanisms, some additional softwares or training programs or either mechanisms. By using resource persons, we can empower our that employees or the officials, just like that. Any of the kind of matter, we can reduce our that predetermined risk or foreseeable risk. That's the important thing, right? But anyhow, if we are going within that internal controlling development platform, if you are, I mean, participating to your meetings or board meetings on behalf of your organization, some of the uh, that aligning with third-party organizations to building up your entire industries that internal control in building up or development some kind of programs, then you require to build up your capabilities, competencies. Then you can explain many of the matters. Otherwise, it's not a successful one. Most of the scenarios in my working experiences, yeah, I'm also having some kind of defaults, some capacity of senior management, some capacity of some, I mean, owners of that particular organizations. They do not have in kind of experiences regarding the occurrences or the likelihood of that particular happenings. Why is that? They didn't use some of the, I mean, higher capacity of softwares regarding their transactions or kind of, I mean, performances or their process bases, just like that. But is it having single occurrence? They are knowing everything. But is it nothing? We have to convince it. That's the picture. That's the big picture of that particular scenario. Then we can convince it. Got the idea? දැන් එයාලට උනොත් තමයි පුතා එයාලට ඒකේ අයිඩියා එක තියෙන්නේ මේ රිස්ක් එකේ කැපැසිටි එක කොහොමද කියලා. එහෙම නැත්නම් එයාලට අයිඩියා එකක් නැහැනේ. එයාලා think කරන්නේ අර සාමාන්‍ය විදියට. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒකේ additional cost එකක් විදියට. As an accountant, if you are having kind of experiences and also you can conduct some of the programs relating to those kind of examples in that kind of organizations or identical organizations or some unique scenarios. But anyhow, you have to convince capacities, competencies to your senior management. That's the important thing, especially as IT specialist. That's the main core, IT specialist. But you can go through as some four visible leaders. In nowadays, you know that accountant is not a kind of, I mean, some part professional within an organization. In nowadays, we are considering you are also a business partner of an organization as an accountant, just like that. That's the, I mean, conversions of your performances, not only accountant, some other kind of management practitioners. We are considering those, I mean, senior management or mid-level management as business partners of that particular organization, especially for private sectors. So therefore, your competencies are very important. Not only of your that technical knowledge of accountancy or technical knowledge of marketing or anything, IT or anything, we are considering that entire part of the organization. You have to have some better idea regarding that entire business. That's why your courses, most of the courses are upgrading, syllabus upgrading regarding that kind of matters. In nowadays, I think that chartered accountancy programs, that syllabus content will upgradations up to 2013 versions. Then we can see these kind of aspects. And also double AD programs, it will change in due course. Like that, we can see several kind of operations. Then that your technical knowledge is important, but you know, if you are using these kind of systems like accounting information systems or accounting systems or some integrated system like ERP, SAP, like that. So then you need kind of, I mean, some levels of technical, but that entire capacity knowledge is very important to handle your operations. That's the important thing. That technical knowledge you need to some extent to fulfill your knowledge gap for an organization. But nowadays or contemporary, we can see some different view of your decisions as an accountant or as some head of accounts, just like that. But anyhow, those are some identical facts. So that's why you have to improve in yourself. You have to go through in, I mean, some additional studies. In here, you are going with bachelor programs, but after obtaining that bachelor, don't stop your studies. You have to go through it some higher studies in due courses. After obtaining that bachelor, you can go through in some postgraduate programs or any kind of some programs in Sri Lanka or any migrant organization. So any type, it's important for your performances within your organization. We can see several operations. But anyhow, this is some kind of aspects you have to consider in your based on your that capacity of accounting or anything. Sometimes we can see some different industry workers are there. Some HR student, I think, aligning with this program. But anyhow, but any of the situations, but ultimately, if you are in a meeting of board meetings, you have to perform like a business partner. That's the main thing. But you are having some technical knowledge regarding your that area, like accounting or IT or marketing or something. But ultimately, we are expecting that prominent players as senior management or middle management or just like that. So in these kind of scenarios, that kind of situations not only happen to the IT divisions, like that risk, it will occurs every part of the organization. Say for an example, your operation will downturn or that stop, we can see. So then that production manager is also liable to that. Why is that? We are working within that automated platform. Then second thing is accounting. You cannot get in any of the reports, any statements. That's the first thing. And also second thing, you cannot conduct any of the transactions. Is it happen? Kind of risk occurrences. So therefore, we can see several. HR department also similar. You cannot perform your payrolls like that. All the parties, it should align in with that these kind of risk, especially aligning with some technical scenarios, some system scenarios, so automated platforms, like that. You have to get some better idea regarding these kind of assessments. In here, we are discussing that entire internal control now, that control developed by all the parties. Then your actively participation is very important to building up some levels of internal controls to your department, then ultimately as whole, as holistically your organization, whole organization. Right. This is main your fourth identical fact. Up to this, we were discussing three areas of internal control in number one, control environment or internal control environment. Second one, control activities. Third one, risk assessment and also risk response. Risk response. Here we are discussing fourth part, information and communication. This one is very simple one. And also finally, it's having fifth one under COSO model, it's monitoring, like that. So these two we can discuss in a speed manner than previous ones, right? Okay, see in here, information and communication. If you are building a proper internal controlling platform for an organization, that information transmission is very important. So not only transmissions, that processing and inputs also important, and also communication among all the parties, all co-workers regarding the internal controls, it's important, right? Then we can see that proper implementations of internal controls. In here, we try to get some idea regarding that information and communication, right? We'll see information and communication system in here, that similar term. Systems should capture and exchange information, need to conduct, manage, and control organizational operations. That's the main thing. Is it has any kind of defaults of that conducting transactions or managing transactions or implementing transactions, we can see the default of entire operation. That's the main thing. Without information, you cannot conduct any of the business activity. The primary purpose of accounting information system is to gather records, process, store, summarize, communicate information about the organization. In here, mainly we are talking that accounting information systems, no. But within an organization, we can see wide variety of information systems or the integrated information systems. That each and every systems, not only accounting information systems, it's having kind of functions. In here, you can see we require to gather data, record the data, process the data, store the data, summarize or analyze. Finally, we have to disseminate that data or communicate informations about an organization. That's the entire functions of an information system. It's having identical functions, right? So this includes understanding how transactions are initiated. That's the important thing. If you are having proper idea regarding the starting point of your transaction, then you know where are the variances. That's the important thing. Second one, data captured. Where we are captured that particular data or allocate or input. Next one, files are assessed. Another things. And updated. Without having updated or assessing our files, it should damage. That's why we need kind of operations, kind of safeguarding, so kind of modifications of some files or the data or anything. Next one, data process. That all data should process within our accounting information system or any of the information. system, and information is reported. Then finally, that information means your final output. It will report it to the relevant parties or distribute or disseminate to the relevant parties. So see, it includes understanding accounting records and procedures, supporting documents and financial statements. Always, if you are going within that internal controlling evaluations of that accounting information systems, you should have proper understanding regarding the procedures. That's the important thing. Without having proper procedures, we can see several kind of unusual activities or unusual happenings. That's the main thing, right? That recording procedures are very important. Say for an example, very simply, that supplier allocations or suppliers input to your systems. It's a kind of simple duty. You are typing only some letters to allocate some supplies. But if you are studying depth of that particular letters, it's massive. That's the thing. So that's why we are going within procedures. We do not give any accesses to all users to go through operations of suppliers. Got the idea? That suppliers mean for an organization, it's having bulk of transactions, bulk value of transactions in that single acquire of some raw materials or anything. Say for an example, in simple organizations, we can see millions or billions values of that single transaction. So is it having kind of corruptions or unusual matters intentionally? Then it will arise many dollar loss or higher capacity loss of your organization. Sometimes your entire production will destroy by using unusual or without that controlling capacity of raw materials or quality of that particular raw materials. Just like that. But anyhow, that procedures are very important. This is kind of simple example, not only for that uh, all kind of accounting transactions and records. You have to consider all the matters and also supporting documents and finally financial statements. This entire part is very important. Then you can communicate big picture of your transactions to that relevant parties. That's the important thing. So therefore, you have to build up prominent internal controlling mechanism in information and communication. That's the main thing. That's the main idea. Not only to your department, that entire organization. For all departments, it's important, right? The other thing is it's having that important term audit trail. I think it's familiar to you, know? Audit trail. Generally, you are knowing that. A path that allows transactions to be traced through a data processing systems to point of origin to output or backward from output to that input. Input or the origin. You have to do some evaluations. Generally, we call it as audit trials. In within that information system platforms or the environment of information systems, most probably we are going within forensic audits. We are using some specialists in that particular system basis. Generally, we call that particular audit as a forensic audits. Right? We'll see those matters. Right. The updated of internal controlling framework specified the following three principles. That's the important thing, right? See, obtain or generate relevant high quality information to support internal control. Otherwise, it's not useful. We need some higher capacity of levels to generate some idea regarding the transmissions of information or the communicate of information. The second one, internally communicate the information, including objectives and responsibilities necessary to support other components of internal control. It's not a separable part as accounting information system. It will link with other relevant that your departments. That's the important thing. Then it should have proper communication aligning with the internal control of entire organization. That's your part is very prominent, very prominent. That your accounting information system always link with all parties, all department of the organization. Simply sales and marketing, production departments, HR departments for payrolls. If you are saying some examples for payrolls, sales and marketing with your sales, you are having proper idea in your productions. You are going within your procurements with suppliers to conduct transactions to provide raw materials to your warehouse or the factory premises in your productions. Like that, many of the links with all the departments internally we can see with your department. That's the important fact. Next one, communicate relevant internal control matters to external parties. So you have to convince that external parties we are going within these kind of procedures based on the transactions. Say for an example, with suppliers, you have to have some better communications with their parties. That then ultimately you can generate that prominent party relationships. You can build up some, intimacies among your that relevant stakeholders. That's the important thing. And also not only that simple internal parties with government parties. You are having, proper identical factors relating to the payrolls and also relating to the kind of some government regulations aligning with tax. So then you should have some internal controls and proper communications with that relevant parties. Then ultimately you can see proper conducts of your transactions. Otherwise, we can see some kind of delays, some kind of fraudulence, fraud, some fraud occurs, just like that. So anyhow, that internal control matters are very important and also proper communication regarding that matter is very important. Then you can mitigate those kind of delays, errors, some kind of intentional unusual matters, just like that. But anyhow, these all the matters are very important to building up of that internal controls under information and communication. Right. Then I come to the final part of this COSO model. It's the monitoring. Monitoring. In here, I'm mentioning some important factors under monitoring, right, of internal controls. See, the internal controlling system that selected or developed must be continuously monitored, not in a simple attempts. අපිට internal controls කියලා controls ටික schedule කරලා memo එකක් කියලා වැඩක් නෑ පුතා. අපිට තියෙන්න ඕනේ ඒක evaluate කරන්න proper mechanism එකක්. That's the important thing. And also we should have kind of structures to go forward with evaluations or the monitorings. That's the important thing. Continuous monitor, evaluated and modified as needed. Sometimes we require to upgrade that procedures. Otherwise, we can see several kind of mislead of that internal procedures. So likewise, in here you can see some of the identical facts, identical areas we have to go through in monitoring, right? See, perform internal control evaluations. It's an important thing. Second one, implement effective supervisions, especially by using senior management and board of directors. We have to send our feedbacks based on our supervisions and evaluations. Use responsibility accounting systems. Monitor system activities. Track purchase software and mobile devices. Especially nowadays, we have to assess those, track those. If we are purchasing some outsourced softwares, we have to track kind of transaction. Is it having kind of, unusual happenings within our transactions? Just like that. So second thing is mobile devices. Always you are knowing that that lightweight of devices are, especially very powerful tools to go forward with our performances. So it's having no boundaries, having no restrictions within our performances. But if you are using PC versions, in simply it's having kind of restrictions. You can use only for your office hours. And also sometimes you have to use some server-based systems only for your PCs. But if you are using those kind of lightweight or mobile devices like tablet, your mobile phones, or sometimes your that laptops. By using those, you can then in here you can mitigate some kind of restrictions, or sometimes you can eliminate those kind of restrictions, like some space restrictions or time restrictions. You can perform your organizational works within 24 into 7. That's mean entire day. There's nothing, any restrictions. But if you are using some server bases, most probably it's having some boundaries. It's having kind of time limitations to enter into that particular software. By using those kind of mobile devices, we can enhance our performances. That's the important thing. And also, we can powerfully influence us, our that organizational aspects to all users. But we have to go through in proper evaluation. Proper, I mean, monitoring of that mobile devices is integral. Otherwise, we can see some several risk occurrence, some vulnerable happenings. Right. Next one, conduct period audit as a monitoring. Employ computer security officers, important. Computer security officers, CSO, and chief compliance officers. That chief compliance officers, especially for rules and regulations or law factors. Are they adhering with that rule of regulations or not? We have to get some idea as monitoring. Then we can assign these kind of positions like chief compliance officers, CCO, engage forensic specialist, very important. Then we can conduct some kind of audits by using their specialized knowledge, especially for system bases, for forensic audits. Install that fraud detection softwares as a monitoring part. Then they are detecting some harmful attempts or some fraudulent activities. Then we know the relevant parties, we know the relevant users. We are having some detections regarding their ID numbers or regarding their user IDs or passwords or anything. Then we can safeguard as internal controls. Next one, implement a fraud-based hotlines as third-party recognitions. Like that. Generally, we can go through those kind of monitoring activities for an organizations. Right. You can mention few of them, right, in this part. Right. Write down an example. Briefly mention monitoring activities in internal control. Briefly mention monitoring activities in internal control. You can mention 4 or 5 in here. හතරක් පහක් පොඩක් mention කරගන්න පුතා. As a question, it's important. These questions are important for your examination basis. That's why I have given some questions. Out of entire syllabus, I'm selecting few. But these all questions are important for your examination. Right. You can mention 3 or 4 in here. Others, try to keep remember. අනිත් ටික පොඩ්ඩක් මතක තියාගන්න බලන්න. Right. In here, you can see some of the positions, right? Computer security officers, CSO, an employee independent of the information system functions who monitor the systems. You can get that idea. It's that simple idea for each and every position. But I can explain simply, right? That computer security officer means that person or that official is liable to entire that computers. That's the main thing. And in here, information system functions who monitor the systems, disseminate information about the improper system users and their consequences and report to top management. That's the important thing. By using these kind of officers, generally that board of directors can recognize the alert. That's the important thing. Whereas it happening as a negative factors, then you can get the corrective actions and also some consequences. ඒ වගේ ප්‍රශ්න වෙන තැන් මොනවද? And also you can go for a root cause analysis of that happenings. Then finally, you can disclose every matters regarding the computer violences or computer system violences. Second question is chief compliance officers. Chief compliance officers, especially for to recognize, to adhere with that proper allegations of roles, law bases rules, regulations, and everything. An employee responsible for all compliance tasks and other laws and regulation rulings. Then they are evaluating all the matters. They are monitoring all the matters based on the rules and regulations and law factors. Then we can mitigate some external risk, especially for the violences of some rules, violences of some law aspects, just like that. Next one, forensic investigation and some forensic specialist. We can conduct some kind of ethical violences or legal violences by using these kind of forensic specialists or investigators. Important. In here, in that we can see some examples, right? FBI, especially those organizations are, I mean, uh, established in United States. These, I mean, main our that textbooks are authorized by United States. That's why we can see this kind of example. In Sri Lanka, we can see it has some uh, forensic divisions as a part of Sri Lankan police. And also in Sri Lanka, we can see some CID division, criminal investigation divisions. In here, that FBI means this is the federal law, United States, Federal Bureau of Investigations. We call it as FBI or IRS, Internal Revenue Services, like that. And also certified fraud examiners. They are having to uh, capabilities or specialist capacities of investigations, especially in forensic or system basis. By using those forensic specialists, we can conduct some computer forensic audits. Computer experts who discover, extract, safeguard documents in computer evidences such as its authorizations, accuracy, and integrity will not succumb the challenges of legality. That's the important thing. By conducting this kind of computer forensic specialist audits, we can go through with that integrity, accuracy, and proper authorizations of each and every transactions. Otherwise, as some professionals, we do not know where the risk occurrence, where the fraud occurrence, where the error occurrence, just like that. That's why we are using that specialist knowledge, especially for the audit purposes in our internal controls. Then we can get that proper idea or that wider idea of our internal controls within the system basis. In nowadays, you know that all kind of organizations, those who are using systems or automated mechanisms to conduct their day-to-day activities or business processes. That's the main thing. So therefore, we have to have some competencies regarding our transactions, so our capacity of transactions. But is it go through with that higher capacity of evaluations, we can use those kind of specialists or forensic investigators, right? Next, it having kind of general terms, neural networks. Neural networks, I think you are knowing that nowadays we are using different kind of upgraded versions. Not only neural networks, we can see some natural networks, natural algorithms, neural algorithms, and machine learning mechanisms like that. In here, that neural networks, it having kind of term recognitions. Computer systems that imitate the brain's learning process. That's mean it's neural means we are having some that system of neurons. Then that our system or our algorithm work like our brain by using that neuro capacities. Then that computer can think by using that practice capacities. It having different kind of versions in computer science. I do not explain all the matters in here that neural networks, you can get that particular idea. By using a network that interconnected processors that perform multiple operations simultaneously and interact dynamically. That's the important thing. That if you are using that neural networks, they are having higher capacity of capabilities like human beings. That's why we can see that multiple operations they are conducting simultaneously. එක වෙලාවේ වැඩ ගොඩක් කරන්න පුළුවන්. That's the mean behind that. And interact dynamically. We can see diversified interactions among different locations or different transactions or different processes, just like that. That's the importance of neural networks. And also nowadays we are practicing machine learning or AI versions, artificial intelligence modes. Like that, it has diversified versions, but in here it's having some simple identifications. The final one is that fraud-based hotlines. It's a kind of manual way. Nowadays, we can see several hotlines are there. If we can build in a hotline in our particular organization, then it's having kind of alerts regarding the frauds. That's the important things. Not only that hotlines, you can proceed some manual things. They can suggest by using either ways. Then you are having kind of alerts regarding the violations of internal controls. But anyhow, that monitoring system is very important. Then you are having kind of detections, kind of identifications regarding as an alerts of violations or omissions or miss out or mislead of your internal controls. But this is one kind of matters. We can use some phone numbers as a hotline numbers to recognize some frauds. Right. Like that, those are the main core areas aligning with your internal controlling in this section. Right? This section, I think I had explained all the matters, but these matters are important for your general practice as an accountant or as a manager or any position of your organization. These core areas are important, especially for HR, especially for accounting, especially for some marketing. You have to consider these all factors. That's the important thing, right? But in here, I try to get that entire view or holistic view of controls in this section, right? I think it's clear to you. Do you have any of the questions or clarification by using this some few minutes? You can raise it. Otherwise, is it okay? You can use that chat box to go forward with another chapter, right? So send me your feedback. Is it okay to you, students? But main thing is it's having two identical bases and internal controllings that Professor Simon base and Kosomo. You have to keep remember that it's important for your examination. Right. Tell me your feedbacks. Send me your feedback. Is it okay to you? We are in a different destinations now. Then I need to get your feedback. Okay, well, others. Right. I think now time is 2:30, no? Then we can take a break, no? I think we had started at 12:30 or 12:45. So, and also I do not have my lunch. So therefore, shall we take a break, students? After that, we can discuss your fourth topic, or in your third session, we are discussing that risk bases. Those are important for your examination and also your general purposes. But anyhow, shall we take a break? Send me your feedback for 15 or 20 minutes. Okay, okay. Then now its time is 2:30, 2:32, no? I'll back in 10 to 3, yeah? Or 2:50. Okay, students, I'm back. Am I audible to you, students?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, right. This is your fourth chapter, right? In here, we are discussing computer frauds and securities. We have to discuss some of the matters related to the that forensic frauds and computer frauds and securities, right? And also, it has different kind of identical factors. It's important for your examination and for your that general your operational purpose or that your professional purpose, right? In here, mainly we are discussing that fraud means it's kind of, I mean, intentional act, not unintentional. Generally, frauds means those are kind of intentional, some kind of your behavior within as not positive behavior. We can see it's kind of negative behaves or negative your attempts in some kind of activities, right? Generally, we can recognize uh, as frauds. But others are, if you are going within unintentionally, we can see some errors or any kind of mi- some miss out things, right? Simple things, right? Senior an accounting information system grow more complex and our that escalating needs for informations that company face growing risk and their system be compromised. That's the simple things. In most of the organizations, those who are going within that harvesting of their transactions by using system bases, right? In here, see that the recent survey shows 67 companies had that security breach. Security breach. උල්ලංඝනය කරලා තියෙනවා securities තියෙන දේවල්. That's the main behind that. In 67, out of that, over 45 were targeted by organized crime. Organized crime. On that, my example in very first of our that lecture related to our government, government transaction or that central bank transaction, it's having this kind of attempt, organized crime. It's having kind of parties, those who are aligning with or engaging with some criminal activities regarding some transactions. We can see it's having several, I mean, arguments based on the attempt capacity of their that uh, particular hackings or anything, right? It's having, but we can recognize some of the things are coming under crimes, criminals. But in your law subject, I think you are having that exact knowledge. What are the basic identical facts to uh, recognizing some criminal activities and some civil law arising some particular activities. Just like that in here, we can see that organized crime is there as a 45%. Out of that, 67. And also 60% reported financial losses. In many of the scenarios, we can see the, I mean, financial issues or the cash issues. That's the main thing. Otherwise, we can see some, I mean, some criticizing or some pornography based things. They are that harmful is somewhat powerful, but we are in that organizational based discussion now. So therefore, in here, that main thing is that particular financial losses. It's important for the organizations, and also some of the situations we are considering some immoralities or incapabilities based on some kind of influences within that computer-based platforms or automated scenarios. It's also kind of arising, but if you are having kind of measurements or value creations relating to that impact, then it's also aligned with those kind of financial losses. But many of the scenarios, we can see some diversified outcomes as a negative outcomes, not positive outcomes in here. So therefore, we have to discuss these kind of identical factors or identical matters, especially aligning with accounting information systems. Right. First, we try to recognize some threats aligning with accounting information system. In here, the four types of accounting information system threats company faces. Company faces. In your next slide, you can see that co-identical basis. Right. Number one is natural and political disasters. Those are some kind of environmental effects to our accounting information systems. Second, software errors and equipment malfunctions. Those are kind of harmful matters and also intentional kind of simple matters. Next one, unintentional acts. Unintentional act. Fourth one, intentional acts. Intentional acts. We are categorizing it as computer crimes. Intentionally, they are attempt to go through that particular negative threats or threats. Right. You can mention this as a heading of part 3 in here, computer fraud and security. This is the chapter 4, computer fraud and security. Under that, you can mention what are the basic types of threats. What are the basic types of threats to AIS? AIS, right? You can mention one by one. It's having 4 main bases: natural and political disasters, software and equipment malfunctions, unintentional act and intentional act. Unintentional act and intentional act. Unintentional act. Okay, in each and every factor, if we are going within that further discussions, we can get some entire idea regarding that particular facts, right? Natural and political disasters. We can discuss those matters by using presentation slides. Software errors and equipment malfunctions. Unintentional acts and intentional acts or computer crimes, right? We'll see first one. Natural or political disasters. Generally, you are knowing everything. Is it having any kind of harmful environmental factors? It will directly impact to the systems or networks or connections or communication materials or anything, right? In here, you can see fires, floods. Last year it having big experience in Sri Lanka. It's a kind of floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, blizzards, worse, some kind of terrorist attacks. Nowadays, you can see it's having a war with, Iran and Israel, and also it's influenced by United States. Then we can see several damage, physical damage to that organization and also system failures arising with that. We can see several kind of doubts and attacks by terrorists. In here, we can see the many kind of causes happening aligning with those kind of natural and political disasters. Some are the reasoning of naturally, or sometimes we can see it will arise with politically, like that war. It's political influence now in that several regions, United States with Middle East, it has. Right. The second thing, this one is a general matter. I think you are having that knowledge. Right. Second one, software errors and equipment malfunctions. This is another kind of hard thing we have to consider. Right. Software errors, it will directly impact to your operations. Operating system crashes, then it will harmful to entire your operations. OS damage, hardware failures, power outage, and power fluctuations. Venus kanti ennu puluwan power wala. Next one, and undetected data transmission errors. And also, these are kind of, direct impact to our particular systems or particular equipments. then we have to recover in advance. Is it having this kind of threats? It's not a simple task. So these are sometimes we can see these failures. It will damage to infrastructure, some platforms, but in here it will directly influence that software errors, equipment malfunctions. That malfunctions means it's having several kind of malpractices now, like virus attacks, malwares, spywares, like that. It will damage that your entire software or entire hardware, like that. Then sometimes we can safeguard those. Otherwise, we have to go through in that new devices, just like that. Next one, third one is unintentional act. That act is happening but unintentional. That employees without having proper idea. Then we cannot recognize directly it as a fraudulent activities. It's not a fraud. Actually, it's not a fraud based on the face view of that happening. But we have to do some investigations to clarify is it unintentional or intentional, right? Anyhow. The third type of threat is unintentional act, such as accidents or innocent errors or omissions. Without having knowledge, you are having some kind of errors. It will occur some errors or some missing outs or omissions. You are knowing that, especially in accounting, under basic principles, we are discussing no those omissions, commissions, like that. It's the greatest risk information system and causes greatest dollar losses. We have to be careful about that. That's why I told you earlier, we have to go through proper analysis of risk or the threats and our internal controllings. The part of our internal controls, we can take into account our information system. That's the important thing. The Computer Technology Industry Associated estimated that human errors causes 80% of security problems. That Forrester Research, it's a kind of research organization, estimates that employee unintentionally create legal, regulatory, or financial risk 25% of their outbound emails. They don't know in that Sri Lankan that incidents also similar to this. I think it's kind of predetermined thing or predictions, but we have to. I told you earlier, is it unintentional or intentional? We cannot get final decision by using that face view of the problem. We have to do some further investigations. That central bank officials, those who are, I mean, explaining some matters to uh, that mass media, it's having kind of unintentional acts outbound of emails, like this percentage acceptance, just like that. But if we can further investigate it, we can find out is it having kind of intentional that absorptions with that attempts. But anyhow, that's the general things. Generally, it will happen without having prominent knowledge regarding kind of softwares or the usage of some devices. It will occur as kind of threats. But anyhow, we can accept to some extent these kind of risk by using our previous explanations like that tolerance range, tolerance range, like that, but not for all, but based on some kind of level we can accept. Right. See, that unintentional acts are caused by human carelessness, failure to follow established procedures. Those are the main root causes. මේවා තමයි මූලික හේතු. Got the idea? First thing is human carelessness. They do not careful about their transactions. Then they are missing some of the things, especially the passwords occurring using of social medias. We can see those kind of threats occurs. Second one, failure to establish procedures. The second main things. There's nothing any proper procedures to follow up. It's second thing. Third one, poorly trained or supervised personnel. Those are the things we have to get some idea. The users lose or misplace data and accidentally erase or alter files, data or programs. It's another kind of occurrence. Without having knowledge regarding the delete of that particular files or programs or data, it will directly affect to your entire performance of department or the organization, entire organization. Therefore, this thing that carefulness is very important, or carelessness. Right? Otherwise, we can see these kind of incidences. The computer operators and users enter wrong input or erroneous inputs. It's another kind of matter. That input is erroneous or the wrong one, then we are processing that wrong data, and final our output, we can see the different view of outputs or wrong output. Right? Use the wrong version of program or wrong data files. Another thing. And also we do not use upgrade in files. Then it will arise kind of risk. What the idea? So that's why always we have to go through with upgraded versions of software. Otherwise, it will arise kind of risk to your organization or to your program. That's why wrong versions of programs or the wrong data files, it will indicate several risks. Or misplaced data files. Next one, system analysis develop system that do not meet the company needs. It's also unintentional occurrence. It's having mismatch of that user expectations and your development systems unintentionally. You are planning based on your own knowledge, but it's not the touching of that final destination. So final acceptance of sponsors or the users. That leaves them vulnerable to attacks or that are incapable of handling their intended task. Programmers make logic errors based on their codings. Like that, it's having many kind of occurrence as that unintentionally. But if you are getting as all kind of occurrences, ultimately it will having kind of dollar issues or the that finance issue to that particular organization. That's the thing we have to be careful about. So therefore, these risks we can mitigate by performing, by monitoring, by evaluating our internal controls. That's the important thing. But anyhow, we are having getting those kind of identical areas regarding the threats. Right. Go to next. Fourth one. Very big one, right? A fourth threat is intentional act, such as computer crimes, fraud, or sabotage, or anything, which is deliberate destructions or harm of the systems. That information system are increasingly vulnerable to the attacks. Those are going within intentionally. It's having some relevant parties to attacks that particular systems. Then they are knowing we are attacking that. But previously, it's occur as errors without having that proper knowledge or carelessness of their some particular performances. But in here, we have to discuss some of the terms, right? I think you are having some knowledge that sabotage. Kada kappalkari වැඩ නේද? Unintentional act where the intent is to destroy a system, some its components. Based on intentional is they trying to damage. Based on the, safeguard of their some frauds, they are doing those kind of act. Or sometimes we can see those who are firing some of the part of our databases or some backup files. Just like that, those are some common scenarios. Second thing is cookie, but cookies are some simple kind of attempts, but many of the occasions we are accepting cookies. But anyhow, that meaning is very important to get in some idea. But that cookie means that cookies are most of the times are positive signs, having kind of positive signs that providers of that cookies, they are expecting to get in some information of your behaviors in their websites or their programs. That's the main thing, right? But that cookie means that if you are accepting some of the, command or that dialog box in your screen, then automatically your that hard disk provided some space to your that visitors that kind of uh, I mean uh, some portions in your hard disk. Then they are analyze your program. They are searching your behavior in their websites or your LinkedIn websites. Like that. It's a simple kind of attempts. But simply that cookies we are using for to go through some marketing campaigns or marketing attempts. Simply do some advertisements just like that. Or sometimes we are getting some feedbacks as commonly by building up some simple networks among these cookie holders. Like that we can see, but anyhow, get some idea. A text file created by website and stored on visitors hard drive. That's the cookies. In here, if you are accepting that cookies means, then that visitor or that cookie providers getting some portions in your hard drive, right? That cookies store information about who the user is, what the user has done on the sites. That means they try to catch up your behavior within your sites. Then we cannot see exactly some kind of harmful act or harmful risk within that cookies, but some of the unusual or some kind of risk occurrence sites is it having within your alerting. Then if you are going within your prominent security with your devices, then those who are providing some alerts, it's a risky site. Then you have to safeguard your devices by using that prominent alert. got the idea? ඒතර ඔයාලට cookies accept කරා කියලා ලොකු issue එකක් නැහැ. නමුත් සමහර cookies ඔයාලට එවන sites වලින් risk එකක් ඔක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් ඒක intentionally තමයි එවන්නේ. They are providing that particular cookies to the users intentionally to catch up your behavior within that websites or their systems or programs or anything, right? That's the idea, right? But that accept of cookies not for harmful to your device or your programs at all time. In here, if you are having some security guard or your securities in your devices, it should have inside some kind of alerts regarding that cookie providers. That's enough. Right. Next one is fraud. Fraud. That's the important thing, right? Any and all means person use the gain unfair advantage over another person's. That's the general frauds. It's not a fair work. And also on that, that any person try to catch up that unusual values from third parties. It's a kind of frauds. Intentionally, they are attempt to that. No, it's maybe sometimes kind of bribery. Kind of bribery. Just like that, right? Most fraud that perpetrators means අපි කියන්නේ මොනවද අර සිංහලෙන් අපරාධකාරයෝ නේද? අපරාධකාරයෝ are knowledgeable insiders with the required access and also skills resources because employees understand company systems and its weaknesses. They are better able to commit and conceal a fraud. That's the meaning behind that. Most probably in information systems, these hackers or that fraudulents, those parties, most probably programmers. They are knowing everything. Got the idea? But anyhow, it's a kind of crime. The control used to protect corporate assets make it more difficult and outsider to steal from a company. So therefore, we have to safeguard by using internal controllings. That's the important thing. Or otherwise, we can use our whistleblowers. Then they are providing or proceeding some alert to us. Then we can safeguard it, right? Just like that. Okay. Then in here, you can see some different identical terms, right? I think you heard that term, white collar criminals. White collar criminals. So that white collar criminals means those who are entailed to some kind of fraudulent activities or corruptions, but generally we do not know that personal or that personalities are arising to those kind of attacks. They are having that white faces, white faces. They are actually wearing some face mask. We cannot disclose exactly. අපිට පුජ්‍යලෝ දැක්ක ගමන් recognize කරන්න බෑ ඔය white collar criminals කියන්නේ. එයාලා අර හොඳ විදියට ඉඳලා තමයි නේද? සුදු කරපටකාරයෝ වගේ නේද? ඔව්. එමෙ ඉඳලා ඒක harmful කරන්නේ. Right. Anyhow, see, typically that business people who commit frauds, white collar criminals usually that resource, that trickery or cunnings. Always we can see working within us, working within that their peers and their colleagues, they are entering into that particular attempts. Then that peers or other parties, they don't know. That's why we call them as a cunning individuals. And their crimes usually involves violation of trust or confidence. That's the white collar criminals behave. But we can see some higher capacity of harmfulness, and they try to safeguard by using their positions, by using their capacities or authorizations, just like that. Anyhow, right. Next one, corruption. Corruption, that dishonest conduct by in power, which often involves actions are that illegitimate. It's not a legitimate one. That's why we called it as illegitimate or immoral or incompatible with the ethical standards. Always. Those are generally corruptions. Corruptions or abuse. Vancha dushana tamaiyo neda. But generally, those are violate that particular organizational ethical standards. Ethical standards. Examples, bribery, that bid rejects. In bidding, we can see several kind of corruptions based on the commissions or unusual unfair scheme. Aligning with that, right? Next one, investment frauds. Another type of frauds. Investment frauds. Misrepresenting or leaving out facts order to promote investments and promises that fantastic profits with the little or no risks. Investment frauds. In investing or the tendering, we can see in that United States, it's having that Ponzi schemes on their investments. Then we can see several kind of harmfulness of issues to that investors or that general users. And also securities frauds. Securities frauds in some investing situations, we can see that stock-based frauds, securities-based frauds. I think you are knowing examples of the securities. It's having wide variety of securities. In Sri Lanka also, it's having these kind of investment frauds in previous governments. I think it has some individuals. Commonly, we are recognizing or identifying those ministers as 10%, Mr. 10%, 5%, like that. Those who are investment fraudulence in based on the investing situations, they are occurring some frauds. And also, I think it's having several kind of court cases in Sri Lanka, especially within government. We can see several frauds, right? Misappropriate of assets. Generally, they are thefting our that physical resources. Misappropriations of assets. Next one, fraudulence of financial reporting in your sites. In accounting information systems, you are intentionally attempt to that mislead of some transactions or refund of some kind of transactions, eliminate of some transactions from your statements. Then it's a kind of frauds. Intentional or reckless conducts, whether act or omissions, that results materiality misleading financial statements. Then finally, we can see it occurs kind of materiality. It's audit term. I think you are know with that. that ultimately we can see the weakness or the difference in between actual performance with your recorded performances. Then ultimately we can disclose some frauds from that. Fraudulence, that financial reporting, right? In here, we are discussing those are that common identical terms and identical factors we were discussing, right? Then in here, I told you most of the times the auditors are responsible to disclose that weakness of internal controls and some detections of frauds, detection of frauds, right? In here, the auditor's responsibility to detect frauds. It's having some of the matters, we'll see, understanding the frauds. That's mean, so if you are conducting any of the audit for your client or the organization, on behalf of your entire audit team, that team leader is responsible for the planning of your audit. Then that particular experienced individual, that person or leader having that particular understanding regarding that industries based on his or her capacity, they are having this organization or this industry having these type of frauds. And also you can plan it, it's having some inherent issues or residual issues, just like that. Second one, discuss the risk of material that fraudulent misstatements. That's the important thing. You have to discuss, you have to further analyze, further observe to detect that particular frauds. Next one, obtain information and also evidence. You require to further evaluate and capture some evidences and obtain some information. Identify, assess, and respond to the risk. It's important. Then you are having some estimations regarding the capacity of that particular risk as frauds. Evaluate the results of their audit test. I think you are knowing that it's having wide variety of tests. Then by using these tests, you can evaluate the results. Then ultimately you can generate your opinions by analyzing those forensic audits. Next one, documents and communicate findings. That documents are very important for, is it having kind of foundations of legal, then you can submit that. Or otherwise, if you are having kind of fraudulent activities as whole for an organization, then you have to inform that relevant departments, government departments regarding that particular organization. Sometimes not only employees, we can see as whole some organization conducting some fraudulent activities, some harmful activities. Then those documents are important for getting for further investigations as CID departments or that police investigations or anything. Next one, incorporate a technology focus. Always, we have to consider that incorporations with that technology aspects with the findings of frauds or frauds activities. Otherwise, nowadays we cannot find many of the, corruptions or the frauds. So that investigation is very important. Most of the organization, those who are using many of the information systems, then if you are having some incorporations with these kind of matters, generally you can disclose or you can detect all the factors arising with that particular frauds. Right. In here, we are discussing very important matter. Right. That previous thing, I think if you can notice it as a special, then you can find final answers in the examination in the exact manner. Sometimes this part is important for your examination, but I didn't give any opportunities to write down it. But if you need, you can note down it. That auditor's responsibility to detect frauds. That all the factors as leaders or as that participant of that team of audits, you should focus these all areas to detect or to identify some frauds. But in here, this basic area of that fraud triangle is very important for your examination. So therefore, you can mention it. Right? Illustrate fraud triangle. Illustrate fraud triangle. Fraud triangle. Triangle means it's having three corners. The one corner is aligning with pressure. Second corner is aligning with opportunity. Third corner is aligning with rationalization. Those are the reasonings. Actual reason is to attempt some individuals or group to frauds. We try to detect that as these are some kind of, psychological factors. That determination is very important to go forward with your positions, right? That idea is very important, right? Don't write this one. I will show it in next page. It's available. And also separately, it's having some parts aligning with these three main areas of pressure, opportunity, and rationalization. Okay, we'll see that. Then you can recognize all. This is the main core, right? If you are going within that main core, that's the fraud triangle. You can see the term fraud triangle is there. The one thing is it having kind of opportunity to fraud? Then that individual or the team as a team or as group, they are attempting to the fraud. Is it having kind of drawbacks or the loopholes or the opportunities? Then generally they attempt to the frauds. Right? That's the first thing. The second, rationalization. That's their main behavior. Right? අර ඉන්නවනේ සමහර මිනිස්සු නේද කන්ට්‍රෝල් කරන්නම බෑ පොඩි දෙයක් දැක්කත් වංචාවක් කරන්න තමයි හිතෙන්නේ. Just like that in here. Rationalization triangle, second one. Rationalization. I will explain that latter part, but simply you can get some idea. Rationalization, this part. Then, is it a pressure? We can see diversified of pressures, but in here, this author recognized that financial statement pressure triangle and employee pressure triangle. Employee pressure. It's having kind of pressure. Then they are intentionally to attempt some kind of frauds. It's depend on some financial statements or employee that general pressure basis. Employee pressure basis. Sometimes we can see some Okay, it's having one issue of my internet connection, right? I think now it's okay. Right. I think I was explaining this one. Right. So in here you can see that basic part of that fraud triangle, opportunity, rationalization, and pressures occurs to, uh, I mean, to go ahead with some frauds for individuals or the teams. Right. If you can go through this trust on rationalization, that rationalization triangle, it's a kind of additional triangles recognized by this identical author, right? So it's depend on the attitude of that individuals in sometimes. Second, lack of personality integrity. ඇත්තටම එයාගේ personality එකේ අවංකභාවයක් නැති මිනිස්සෙක්. ඒක තමයි එයාගේ attitude එක. Then others are trying to justify some of the frauds. That's a scenario under rationalizations. Regarding the attempts of frauds, they are having some kind of justifications. We are attempting into the frauds, reasoning of these, like that. It's having kind of justifications. But those are the main reasons aligning with frauds under this rationalization reason. Right. Second, if we go to this opportunity, is it having kind of opportunity? We can see the commitment. Directly they are committed into the frauds. Is it having some fraud opportunities? They are going within that particular. Exactly, we can see in many of the individuals, those who are attempting into the that particular frauds. But that genuine some personalities are there. They do not attempt any of the reasons as frauds or and as fraudulent activities, but many of the situations we can see commonly, is it having kind of loopholes or drawbacks or some kind of opportunities, then they are committed to frauds. And also they try to conceal it, try to hide it. It's having kind of several hidden attempts on that opportunity of that particular systems. They try to do that conceals. Then we can disclose by conducting that forensic audit or anything, we can disclose it. But up to that, they try to conceal it based on that particular which opportunity. The next one is convert. They try to convert general transactions to fraudulent transactions. Sorry, based on the opportunity of frauds. These are the that opportunity triangles, that subset of components, right? You can mention in your notebook, right? Then you can capture all the matters. The second one, opportunity triangle. First one, rationalization triangle. Then come to third, this is the pressure one. The reason is to go forward to fraud is kind of pressure. Right? Come to this first one, employee pressure triangle. It's a one kind of matter out of two situations in pressure. Right? It's based on sometimes financial. It's a kind of financial pressure or financial issue. Second one, kind of emotional issues. Emotional issues. Third one is lifestyle. Their lifestyles too that attempt to some frauds. Then they have to find many more finance to go through that particular lifestyles. Then based on their regular earnings or that formal earnings, it's not enough to them. Then they try to attempt into frauds. පැහැදිලිද? වැඩියෙන් වියදම් කරන්න වැඩියෙන් අර සැප විඳින්න පුරුදු වුණාම ආදායම අඩු වුණාම fraud එකක් කරන්න බලනවා. ඒක employees ලාගේ අපිට තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. We can find out after further observations and investigations. We can disclose those matters. But anyhow, that third triangle as a sub-triangle, you can see that employee pressure. It's a kind of emotional factors. Is it having kind of emotional issues? Then they try to safeguard that emotional issues after getting some advance unfair benefits as frauds. Those are the matters. In here, that employee pressure triangle represented by basic financial, lifestyle, and emotional pressures. Emotional pressures. Right. Then come to this financial statement pressure triangle. Based on your sites, reporting areas relating to the frauds. It's a kind of pressure. Simply, it will occur kind of financial, simple finance issues. Second one, industry conditions. Based on the industry conditions, you have some kind of pressure to enter into some kind of frauds. So if we are going within that general or face view of that attempts, it's having kind of excuses, but in advance, there's nothing anything now. Based on any of the reasoning, we do not accept that frauds. Any industry conditions or any kind of situations, you have to have prominent interpretations of yourself. That's the mean behind that. Then, so if you are entering into any fraud activity intentionally, it must. That's the main reason. Then you can ignore it. You can reject it. That's the main thing. But anyhow, it will happen based on these kind of industry conditions. It's having kind of additional commission or that commission schemes in that particular industry, then automatically you can get some additional commission. So something like that. But as a genuine individual, you can pass it to another side as a genuine employee. Next one, management characteristics. Sometimes we can see some how it influences to hidden some part of your statements, or sometimes that overrun of some kind of performances, just like that. But anyhow, ultimately, it's mislead your finance of your organizations. Then ultimately, we can see that fraud attempts at the end, as which that financial statements or reportings. As reportings, we can see some fraudulent activities. But anyhow, in your examination, are they asking so marks like 10 questions relating to the fraud triangles? Then you have to proceed these all structure. That's the important thing. Otherwise, you can mention these three basic matters or basic reasoning under that fraud triangle. Fraud triangle. But anyhow, that general idea of these all areas are important. That's the important matter. Right. Anyhow, we can discuss these all the matters. Right. See, number one, pressure. Already I had explained, but you can get some idea, right? A person's incentive or motivations to commit the fraud. That fraud attempt is based on which their kind of pressures. Already we had explained that, right? That person's incentive or motivation for committing fraud based on the pressures. Sometimes it's depend on your personal matters, or sometimes it's depend on the pressure of that statement matters, right? The second main thing is opportunity. Is it having kind of opportunity? Most probably we can see that fraud attempts. The condition or situation that allows a person or organization commit or conceal dishonest act, convert it to personal gains. Like that. That's the situation. First, it's you are committed, then you try to conceal, then try to convert it into the genuine transaction. Then ultimately, it's a wrong or fraud transactions. Right. See, it's having two reasonings. That two examples. Lapin, that concealing the theft of cash by means of series delays in the posting collections of account receivables. Then automatically it's having kind of opportunity to frauds. ඔයාලට තියෙනවා මොනවද? Concealing or theft of cash by means of series of delays in posting collection to account receivables. account receivables ටික ඔයාලට post කරන්න ලොකු period එකක් organization එකේම opportunity එකක් තියලා තියෙනවා. Then you try to generate some additional incomes by investing in third party or something like that. No, generally we call that concept as lapping. Then next one is check kitting. Check mean checks. CHEQUE check. CHEQUE check. Check kittings. That delay of the, that converting that check into cash. That's the reasoning of check kitting. See that creating cash using the lag between the time of check deposited and the time of clear the banks. Then that particular officials having kind of opportunity to frauds, right? But nowadays, you know that most of the transactions in Sri Lanka by using checks within 24 hours, it will clear. Then we can mitigate those kind of frauds as check kittings, right? But some of the situations in different countries or different nations, we can see those kind of check kittings. It's depend on that organizational weaknesses. Depend on it's having kind of series of films. In I think India, it's having one experience regarding those kind of lappings and check kittings like that. You can see some movies are aligning with these kind of foundations of fraud or fraudulent attempts, right? The third one is rationalization. That's the rationalization. So the blood, right? That the excuse that fraud that perpetrators use to justify their illegal behavior. That's the rationale. They attempt to the frauds. In here, you can generalize. That's the attitude. Then they attempt into that and finally they try to justify it. That's the rationale. Fraud එක කරනවා. ඒක තමයි යාළගේ attitude එක. But they try to tactic it or rationalize it. That all that perpetrators attempt to justify. They attempt in frauds, but it's the rationalization attempt. Then we are having big idea. Then ultimately we can mitigate all kind of these risks to attempt some frauds. That's the important thing. At the end, it's having bulk of informations regarding to mitigate or the control of that particular frauds. Those matters we will discuss later. But anyhow, that's the core basics. I think now you are having that knowledge, right? Next, in here, we are discussing that computer frauds, right? Computer frauds. See, computer fraud is any fraud that requires computer technology to perpetrate it. That's kind of perpetrate or the damage or harmful damage by using computer technology. Example, unauthorized theft, use, access, modifications, copying or destructions of softwares, hardwares or data. It's a kind of fraud. Intentionally, they are doing that. That's why we call it as a unauthorized theft. Without having proper authorizations, we are entering into that particular systems or that devices, or using, or accessing, or modification, or copying, or that instructions the instructions of softwares, hardwares, or data. Generally, we are recognizing it as a kind of computer fraud. The second thing is theft of assets covered by altering computer records. It's a kind of frauds. Intentionally, they are attempt to do that. Theft of assets. That's the main thing. It's a kind of thefting or concealing. Third one, obtaining information or tangible property illegally using computers. We are using information without having proper authorization. And also tangible property illegally using, like our computer. It is kind of frauds. 4. Official purpose, we are using our PCs, but your personal purposes, based on your personal income basis, you are conducting or getting some revenues by using that particular computers in office. It's a kind of frauds. Intentionally, you attempt to do that, no? Just like that. Those are examples, kind of big examples. Keep remember, it's important for your examinations, right? It's having three types, basic three types, right? In here, I try to disclose that all part of computer frauds. Computer frauds. Mainly it has input frauds, output frauds, and processor frauds. In this process cycle, we can see some data frauds and computer instruction frauds. Got the idea? This is the computer fraud classification. Previous, it's having general fraud triangle. In here, it has computer fraud classification. Right? You can note down it. It's a special one, right? Illustrate types of computer fraud. Illustrate types of computer fraud. Right. Then you can draw this. In here, you can see that big types of computer frauds. Sometimes we can see input frauds. Sometimes we can see output frauds. Sometimes we can see processor frauds. That processor frauds, we can see some different types. Data frauds or computer instruction frauds, like that. You can design it. I think today Lakshan is not participating, no? But last day, I think I have an experience that Lakshan is continuously participating to this lecture, and Manas and Buddhika, no? And others, I think I'm not having some experience regarding their attendance. But anyhow, that all are participating to this particular program is compulsory. Yeah? Right. Anyhow, that we'll see one by one. That input fraud means if you are entering or if you are inputting some wrong details or fraudulent details, generally we are recognize those as input frauds, like that. We'll see it's having, right? First one, input frauds. The simplest and most common way of commit computer frauds is to alter or falsify computer inputs intentionally. That's why we called it as a frauds, right? Sometimes we can see alt of data inputs, or sometimes that wrong data or falsify of computer inputs. It requires little skills. Generally, we know that perpetrators need only understand how the system operates so that they can track those inputs. Then automatically it will convert some different outputs. Then it's a kind of harmful information to the process of our information system. Input frauds. Second one, processor frauds. Processor fraud include unauthorized system use, including the theft of computer times and services. That processing times you are using for your own processing data. It's a kind of unauthorized using of information systems. Right. The next one is computer instruction frauds. That computer instruction fraud includes that tampering with the computer software, copying software illegally. We change the softwares and also we are copying software illegally, using software in an unauthorized manner. That's mean we try to theft some softwares and developing software carry out unauthorized activities. Just like that. Sometimes it will attempt by some IT officials. IT officials. This approach is uncommon because it requires specialized program knowledge. That's why I told you most of the times that computer instruction fronts are raised by IT specialists, most probably programmers. Right. Today, it is the most frequent because many web pages that tell users how to create them. Then all that kind of users having some kind of capacity of knowledge regarding the building up of web pages, blog pages, or any kind of programs, software programs. So therefore, commonly we can see, but anyhow, most probably it's going within that specialized IT individuals, right? Nowadays, it's having some disclosings of uh, that AI assistants, no? So based on your that bond or the rapport with your assistant, you can get some, I mean, unusual informations from them, no? Then you can attempt into some those kind of fraudulent activities, right? But generally, it will restricted by that AI versions. But some of the situations we can see they try to recognize some identical factors relating to these kind of fraudulent activities, right? But ultimately, they are recognizing that particular attempts, but that time has gone, right? Next one, data frauds, right? That illegally using, copying, browsing, searching, no harm in computer data. Generally, we call those as data frauds. Based on the data, you know that it's having different types of data. In nowadays, we are using that is structured data, semi-structured data, unstructured data, like that. It has wide variety of data. Generally, we call those as big data. In that, we can see several, I mean, types of that acquiring portions of that data. But anyhow, ultimately, we can see several kind of illegal use of these data. Generally, we recognize those as frauds under data, right? The biggest cause of data breaches is employee negligence, always. That that's why we are appointing that chief information officer as a role to responsible, especially for our data or the information, our storing data. That companies now report that their losses are greater from electronic theft of data than stealing physical assets. That's the mean behind that. So therefore, data are very important. Today, business world, we are performing our businesses by using those data. Sometimes you can call it as information, but generally we are using term of data to interpret these two factors, data and information, right? But some of the situations after converting plus cycle, we are generating some information as output, but it's a kind of input of another system. So therefore, generally we are using term of data to interpret that data and information both. But I think you are having that better knowledge to classify data and information. Right. The final thing is output frauds. Output frauds. In that disseminations of your final information, we can see several frauds. Right. See, unless that properly safeguard displayed or printed output can be stolen, copied, or misused. Generally, we can recognize it as a output frauds. We are distributing for unusual parties or competitive parties. So we are copying or stolen some of the data or some of the outputs, not data actually, some of the information as statements or as reports or any display materials. Then we can see some fraudulent attempts on that. But anyhow, generally we can classify computer frauds under four categories. Number one, input fraud. Second one, processor fraud. Third one, output fraud. A part of that, data fraud and that system instruction frauds are available. Then altogether we can see five types of computer frauds, right? Input, processor fraud, output fraud, data fraud, and computer instruction frauds, right? I think it's clear to you. Students, send me your feedback. Is it clear to you? Buddhika Manas, are you participating actively? Okay, anyhow, send me your feedback. Is it clear to you? Manas, Buddhika, are you there? Hurry up, send me your feedback. Others are missing, no? Now we are in the evening session. I know the behavior of students based on my experiences. But anyhow, your actively participation is very important to me. So that's why I'm asking your feedback. If nothing, I can wind up your session in this point. Okay, students, I think there's nothing, any positive feedbacks. So therefore, I will wind up in this point, today's session. That's the main reason. Otherwise, I'm continuing up to 5 p.m. Right, anyhow, I try to finish it out this session, then you can use your recordings, right? But your actually participation is not disclosed to me, right? Anyhow, right? The final session of this, we try to get some preventive actions or detective actions from that frauds or the abuse or the corruptions. That's the identical facts as practitioners or as an accountant or as any management disciplines, right? In here, you can see some basic factors, right? We can discuss some of the matters up to it, right? Preventing and detecting of frauds and abuse. To prevent, an organization must create a climate that made fraud less likely. That's the main behind that. We try to mitigate or reduce those kind of fraud attempts. Increases the difficulty of committing it. Second thing, if we are going within that fraudulent activities, it should be a harder one. It's not a simple one. Got the idea? This is the second thing. Then you can disclose it. Next one, improves the detection methods. Is it having any kind of attempts as frauds? We should have some detection methods. It's another matter. Next one, reduces amounts of loss if fraud occurs. We try to mitigate or we try to up to zero our financial loss on that particular attempts. That's the ultimate goal of our controllings. against these kind of computer frauds, right? We'll see some of the matters, then you can classify that in here. You can see summary of ways to prevent and detect frauds. Under that, it's having different kind of information, right? See, make fraud less likely to occur. We try to mitigate some fraud attempts. It's having several kind of information. You can read and get some idea. Those are some general identical facts. But I try to explain some of the matters. Create an organizational culture that stresses integrity and commitment to ethical values and competence. Always. We try to build up that prominent culture without having going within those kind of attempts as a fraudulent attempts. Then we are having higher capacity of positive values, ethical values, and also competencies. And also we are disclosing that integrity. Always we are building up that trustworthiness of our organization. Then we can see the mitigations of or reduce of that fraudulent attempts. Next one, adopt an organizational structure, management philosophy, operational styles, and risk appetite that minimize the likelihood of frauds. Under that, internal controlling, I had explained those matters. Under control environments, we try to build up this kind of matters, generate that organizational structure to evaluate, monitor our subordinates or that relevant officials by using immediate supervisors. And also management philosophy. It's important. They are always going within 100% transparency. That's the important thing. And also risk appetite. අපි රුචිය තියෙන්න ඕන අවදානමත් එක්ක. And also we have to do some compliances with rules and regulations within our organizations. Next one, require oversight from active, involved, and independent audit committee of the board of directors. It's also aligning with that internal controlling. I had explained that. Assign authority and responsibility business objective, specific departments and individuals, encourage them to use, initiate, solve problems, hold them accountable, achieving those objectives. Then automatically they will enter into the that positive performances. They should not occur any negligence or any fraudulent attempts. Identify events that lead to increased fraud risk and also take steps to prevent, avoid, share, accept that particular risk. We try to always by implementing internal controllings to reduce those kind of fraud risk. That's the important thing. Otherwise, we can practice other responding mechanisms. Next one, develop comprehensive set of security policies and guide design and implementations of specific that control procedures and communicate them effectively and company employees. That's the main matter. We can build up that security policies and procedures. And also we can use some instructions manuals and also code of conducts related to that. Then all the employees are going within that particular code of conducts, that particular procedures. Then we can manage. Next, implementation human resource policies for hiring, compensate, evaluating, promoting, discharging, that employees send messages about the required levels of ethical behavior and integrity. Always, we are hiring and we are promoting and we are that discharging or terminating that particular employees based on that particular ethical values, based on that their behaviors. Then it's having kind of control of employee performances. Next one, develop comprehensive set of anti-fraud policies. That's the important thing. You are knowing that that term is very familiar to us. Is it having virus? We are having antivirus. Is it having corruptions? We are having some anti-corruptions. Just like that. In here, it has similar terms. We can go through set of anti-frauds that clearly set of forth explanations of honest and ethical behaviors and explain consequences of dishonest or fraudulent acts. Then we can disclose all the matters. It's having kind of disclosing policies, and also it's aligned with some decisions. If you are act into these kind of events, then this is the results. We are terminating your position. And also these are the fines, these are the legals, just like that. You can use those. Next one, effectively supervise employees, including monitoring their performances and corrections their errors. Then they do not enter into any kind of fraud attempts. They are having kind of training, opportunity take-ins, and they do not enter into any kind of harmful matters. Next one, provide employee support programs, very important. Then they are getting some advanced knowledge and they are having some opportunities to earn more by promoting their that professionals or the positions. This provide place employees turn when they are face pressures, they might be in clinic resource that perpetrating that particular frauds. Then they are knowing it's a kind of harmful attempts, or in singular it's kind of aparadya perpetrators. They are having that idea. Next one, maintain open communication lines with employees, customers, suppliers, and relevant external parties. Then we can mitigate some of the fraud occurrences, especially with bankers, regulation, tax authorities. Then they are knowing that exact situation of that organization or the firms. Create and implement company code of conducts. I had explained that. Under HR, we can put it to put right in, and company expect it to the employees. Then they are knowing each and every matters regarding those kind of harmfulness events. Required annual employee vacations and sign confidentiality agreements. Periodically rotate duties of key employees. Then it's having kind of rotations. Then that based on the performances, it's having some novel environments. Then they do not enter into those kind of fraudulent attempts. That's important matter. Most of the organizations, they are going in that rotations. It's important, right? Just like that, we can see that several kind of attempts are aligned with those kind of preventives. Implement formal and rigorous project developments and acquisitions controls, as well as change management controls. In that developments of information system, we can see some frauds. So therefore, we have to go through with proper evaluation of projects based on each and every phases or the stages. We can build up that. Next one, increase the penalty of committing frauds. It's important thing. Is it having kind of frauds? Then generally you can go for a fines or penalties. Then you can uh, control them based on those kind of harmful matters or that perpetrating matters. Right. This is the first thing. Second, if we can move to next one, right? Increase the difficult to commit in frauds. Commit කරන්න එක difficult. ඒ වගේ පරිසරයක් හදන්න. How we can build up those kind of uh, environment within our organization. See, develop and implement strong system internal controls. That's the main thing, identical thing. I had explained that earlier chapter. Segregate of accounting functions, authorization, recording, and custody. Then we can manage everything. Authorization is there, recording party is there, custody parties is there. එතකොට approve කරන්න කෙනෙක්, record එක තියාගන්න කෙනෙක්, බාරකාරත්වයේ තියෙන තව කෙනෙක්. Next one, implement the proper segregations of duties between the functions. Then is it having kind of attempt to the fraud is very hard. Then is it having that general bond among these all officials, then they can enter into that. Otherwise cannot. Got the idea? It's very difficult. Next one, restrict physical and remote access of the system resources to authorized personnels. Got the idea? Only authorized personnels can go through that particular systems. Require transactions by using that relevant user IDs and passwords. Simply we can do that. Require transactions and activities to be authorized and appropriate supervisory personnels. It's important matter. Next one, use properly design documents and record, capture, and process transactions. Then all are formatted. There's nothing any predetermined, I mean, sorry, not predetermined. They are on that producing formats. Then all the things formally designed by that relevant officials. Then it should be a authorized documents. Only we are using that formal documents, not other documents. Then anyone cannot violate that. Then we can mitigate those kind of commitments. It's a hardful one. Next one, safeguard all assets, records, and data. Then we can safeguard these matters from that unauthorized access. Next one, required independent checks of performance, such as reconciliations of two independent set of records. Then it's a practical scenario. We can see we can reconcile by using two parties. Sometimes we can use that internal auditors for that, or external auditors for that, or relevant that assigning some relevant officials. We can conduct that. Implement computer-based controls over the data input, computer processing, data storage, data transmissions, information outputs. All are going within supervisions. Then it's hard to do any kind of damages, and we can assign some officials for that. Next one, encrypt stored and transmitted data programs, protect them unauthorized access and use. We can use that authorization programs by using encrypting mechanism, encrypting and decrypting. By using some keys, we can allocate it and safeguard. Then that transaction is conducted by using these kind of encrypting keys. Then it's a kind of safeguarding things. Then they cannot do any kind of attempt of fraud. Next one, when disposing of computers, destroy and hard drives, keep criminals for mining recycles hard drives. That's kind of IT-based things. We have to be careful about that based on the transmission periods, based on the replace periods. We have to get that proper specialist for that. Next one, fix software vulnerabilities by installing operating system updates as well as security and application programs. That's the important thing. Then we can safeguard from unauthorized access, from hacking and endings. We can go through in that proper systems, not unusual systems. And always we try to go ahead with upgrading operating systems. Windows or OS or any kind of iOS or any operating system, we have to upgrade it. That upgrade versions, generally you are knowing that it's having higher capacity of securities. And application program also similar, we have to go through in version operations, capacity operations, just like that. Then we can go through increase of difficulty of committing frauds. Then if you are attempting the fraud is somewhat hard. This is second thing. Then come to the third, improve detecting methods. Is it having any kind of attempts to the frauds? We can disclose it. Improving detection methods. See, develop and implement fraud risk assessment programs that evaluate both likelihood and the magnitude of fraudulent activities. Assess processes, controls, then detect that potential frauds. We can go through in some software packages or by using forensic audit. So any times we can detect it. Create and audit trials. It's another kind of matters. Conduct period, external and internal audits in here. You can see. Install detection software, fraud detection software. So attempt to conduct some fraud activities, fraudulent activities. Next one, implement fraud hotlines. Already we had discussed those some of the matters under internal controllings. But in here, based on the frauds, you can especially highlight those matters. Motivate employers to report frauds, implementing as a whistleblower. I told you earlier. Some of employees voluntarily they are attempting to the safeguard of that fraudulent activities. Then we can assign them as a whistleblower. Then if it has kind of incidences, they will disclose that. They will detect it to the relevant officials. Then we can safeguard our resources from that kind of harmful officials. Employee computer security officers, computer consultants, and forensic specialists as needs. It's another kind of matters. We can conduct some forensic audits and also computer security officers. Then they are safeguarding data, functions, processes, systems, anything, many more things. Next one, monitor system activities, including computer and network security efforts. Very important in nowadays, we can see, is it having any kind of weaknesses in our networks? Generally, that third party, sectional party should attempt to the hack of that particular systems or the databases. Usage and error logs and all that malicious actions use that intrusion detection system. It's a powerful one. If you can install it by expensing some capacity of money, then you can detect all the transactions types. Is it having kind of intrusions? යාලා බලනවා නම් රහස් හොයනවා නම් we can detect it. Who are the unusual parties enter into our networks? Just like that. Intrusion detection systems. Then we can mitigate, we can detect some kind of attempts as some kind of harmfuls or the fraudulent attempts. Or sometimes we can see hacking attempts or unauthorized accessing. So therefore, we can follow up these kind of guidelines, right? For to detect those kind of fraudulent activities. Keep remember, those are important. Next one, reduce that fraud losses. Ultimately, it occurs, but by bypassing these all kind of factors, then it will occur some loss to our organization. Then how we can reduce these losses? Maintain adequate insurance. Then we can go through a proper insurance policies to overcome some defaults in our finance based on these fraudulent attempts. Next one, develop comprehensive fraud contingencies, disaster recoveries, business continuity plans. That's the important things. Is it having kind of hacking attempts or any kind of disrupting attempts? Then we have to safeguard our that programs or the processing or the performances. Most probably, we are going within that business continuity plans. All organizations, if we are going within some systems, it's having plan B. Is it occurs kind of attempts to damage our operations, then we are having plan B to redo our operations. Business continuity plan. And also disaster recovery plans. Some situations based on the viruses, it should happen. But we can safeguard, but not safeguard. Actually, it occurs, it happen, but ultimately, if we are having some kind of disaster recovery plans, then we can do like a plan B. We are having opportunity to go forward with other types of operations in our operation, just like that. Disaster is happened, but it's having kind of recovery attempts. And also contingency plans. Fraud contingency plans. අපිට හදිසි අවශ්‍යතාවලට සැලසුම් තියෙන්න ඕන. We should have just like that. Then we can reduce some losses. Next one, store backup copies in the programs and data files to secure offsite of the locations. Then is it having kind of burning or some natural kind of disasters damaging? We can safeguard by using this kind of mechanisms. Then we can reduce some additional losses. We are having some backups based on our data or information or reports and data files by using safeguarding those matters in another locations, just like that. Next one, use software to monitor system actively and recover from frauds. Then it's having kind of investment capacities, but ultimately we can reduce that losses. That's the important thing. It's having kind of monitoring systems, monitoring packages. By using those, we can reduce some losses occurring within those kind of happenings. But anyhow, these all factors are very important to get him some enhancing some knowledge in regarding the software using within an organizations. It's not a simple task. So that installing that positions to final destroying positions, we have to conduct many of the activities to safeguard our operations. That's the main thing. But in here, mainly I'm focusing, is it having kind of that frauds or the frauds attempts, how we can safeguard our system or our operations. That ultimately, I think you are having big knowledge regarding that entire area, right? Of that frauds, right? Computer frauds and securities, right? I think it's clear to you up to this. So next week I can discuss another part in your accounting information system, right? These are some common and important materials if you are working within automation platform or automation environment, right? In this point, students, I will wind up. So thank you very much for your participation. We will meet in next day.